A fleck. Ha! How dare you? How dare you laugh? Look, I get it, man. My ear sucks, and I'm bald. It's very funny. I get it. God damn. Terrible. Just terrible. Oh wait, I should fix that. Do I really have to quit this program and do this again? It's so stupid. I gotta remember to fix this when this pops up. Okay, there we go. Damn. Terrible. Damn, I got a new high score. Holy shit. 13th. Oh, and I had been usurped as well. My 15th was bumped down to 18th. That was a perfect run. Unfortunately, like a ton of those were 12 veto intervals. I kind of lucked out. But I'm a little closer to being on the first page. A little bit closer. All right. How good do I have to? I just have to be a little faster, but I also have to be perfect. It's so rare that I get them all right. I'd have to be 3 seconds faster to get on the first page. That's great. I was not. That's kind of a good return to the ear training. Get a high score. First day back. I probably won't get it. I probably won't get a new personal best until next January, after the next break. Case in point. Try a couple more though. Damn it, dude. Jeez. Um, Okay, whatever. Well, I did make 13th place today, although definitely lucked out. All right. Okay, I need to grab a snack real quick. Nobody's watching. Nobody watches my stream now. I took too many breaks. Alright. Let's see what's on YouTube recommended. Yeah. So, I'm gonna do more noodling around in Zebra. I did read the manual the other day, and I came up with this thing. Actually, before I read the manual, I kind of forgot about it, but I was listening back to it today. Anyway, it's just a little 5-second loop. I mean, who gives a shit? But it sounds, I like the sounds going. It's mostly serum, actually. It's mostly like drum sounds. And the bass is serum too, but I had that and this thing. Which, another even shorter loop. But yeah, I think those sound kind of cool, so I think this one, it's actually using pigments instead of zebra, but this one is using zebra, so this sound is zebra. That's just like the comb filter, and then this sound is pigments. But yeah, I definitely think like zebra sounds like more. Actually, let me load my other project I did yesterday. Came out with this thing in 23, you know. I think it's about the 2 snares. Tooth and snares. Make not a thick snare. Oh, one of these is not a snare. What? This is not a snare. This is a hat. Oh, okay. This is like a... I don't even have a crackly snare, I guess. And what is this? Sure, do some lucky stuff there. But yeah, like I almost feel like Zebra 3 almost sounds like when I plug in like my no coast or whatever, it sounds more analog almost than digital, even though it's obviously completely digital. It's just, it's really good at emulating that sound, which is really cool. It sounds, I'd say compared to like, I mean, I've only messed with it a few days or a week or so, but it definitely sounds like dirtier than like serum or pigments. And I think it offers a lot of stuff that those other ones kind of don't. At least not in the way I kind of want them to. What else did I have? Had a couple other little things I liked. I don't think this was one of them. Is it in here? Some sound I made that I liked. I don't hear anything. Where's the... Yeah, like I kind of like that sound. It's super dirty though, but I don't know, that's kind of what makes it cool, I think. Like it just sounds less like tamed and articulate. Just makes it sound more analog, I guess. But yeah, let's just... I kind of want to go back to 26. Because I think out of all the ideas I've experimented with so far, these are sounding the best. I'll make sure it's in tune. So yeah, I'll just do more experimenting over here and try to come up with some more cool sounds, or find a cool sound finally, I guess. But yeah, I feel like this stuff I imagine this can do and the stuff I'm actually making are not quite on the same level. But maybe we'll get there, maybe not. Alright, let's just start messing around. So there we go. So there's so many different things you can play with in here. There's a synth called Giraffe. There's actually a really good band called Giraffes. Like Giraffes question mark, Giraffes exclamation point. A really cool math rock band. No, it's 26. Oh, the ground is really into 25, apparently. Oh, maybe sounds like it's 25 above. Let's see. So this is 24, 25, 26. Yeah. No, it's 26. We can check with Sonic just to be sure. Yeah. I made a new high score on the ear trainer. I'm up to 13th. I did not make first page yet. But actually my other high score got usurped anyway. I got knocked down to, I guess, 17 from 15. So now I'm back. But yeah, there's so much stuff to play with in here. I'm really intrigued by the FM oscillator. But also, I was watching some videos with the guy who makes this. I was kind of like falling asleep while I was watching him. 17 is really good. The thirds are really hard, though. It's like the major thirds are really hard to deal with. That's why I like 34 so much. It's like, because 17 is like super cool, but it's, I don't know, it's kind of, it's so dirty. It can be hard to find like those consonant. I mean, it has good fifths, but it's hard to find like a good consonant major chord. 34 just solves the problem of 17, basically. You get all the coolness of 17 and then all the consonants of 34, and you get the 13 limit stuff and like the extra sevenths that are really cool. Although you have some 13 limit stuff in 17 anyway, I think. But you get like the 15, 13 and the 13, 10 or whatever. You get a really big major third and a really small minor third because you get semaphore. Semaphore is actually pretty cool too, structurally. You don't have that 17. Yeah, 17 I think is a good like main tuning though. Like Mercury Tree does that, and they do a great job with it. And you can make like a playable guitar in 17. You can make a playable keyboard in 17. It's easy to think about 17. I think it's a good tuning, a good alternative tuning. And yeah, 34 actually introduces a lot of problems just because it's too big. But yeah, and that. Hey, Danny, what's up? I started to noticeably slow down when there's more than 26 notes. Yeah, there's definitely an issue. Like, there's definitely a trade-off just going bigger. Since I got the lumatone, I've kind of tried to do like 49, and like 49 is really intriguing to me. And I've tried really hard to do 34. But yeah, the more I mess with it, the more I like kind of miss just playing in 27. You're learning Surge XT. Good luck, bro. I shouldn't shit on Surge because it, for being free, it like does have it is full featured. It's just like, dude, you could like spend your whole life doing. You know what? I'm not gonna shit on Surge. Like, look, listen to Tristan's music. He does like everything with Surge, and it sounds awesome. I just don't know how to use it, but I hate it. I can't stand Surge. It's so bad. I used to use it, like, only used it because my old computer, that's all I could run, which is actually more points in Surge's favor, because it's totally free. It's like low CPU, and you can do anything you want with it. And it is charming. Don't get me wrong, it is charming, but like, you have to work so hard to get decent sounds. And it has such a low ceiling. Like, if you just do Vital, like Vital just sounds like 20 times better. It has it's way simpler, like it doesn't try to do everything. which is kind of ironic because I'm messing with Zebra, which is more like surge than like Vital. But I don't know. It just, you get a lot out of surge. I think you can get more out of it if you put more into it, like with anything. But like, it's so much easier to get good sounds with Vital, in my opinion. But you can do more with surge for sure. And I'm just talking free synths. Like if you're willing to shell out a couple bucks, it's worth it, I think, to drop a couple hundo on at least pigments. At least get pigments, if not serum. If you get Zebra now, it's only 200. It's gonna be more. Okay, anyway, I keep getting distracted. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I really like, so the FM oscillator is cool. It's kind of hard to use, I feel like, but I'm definitely gonna dig into this. It's kind of what I've been looking for, I feel like. The other thing is like, I actually like all the Zen timbre stuff I was trying to do every now and again. Zebra can do all of that. Zebra can do all the Zen timbral stuff. And I should explain it on stream at some point, but it is still a lot of work. But you can do it all and you can control it. It's kind of like, it's definitely like, to make a great Zen timbral synth, you would have to design one with that in mind. And that is not this. But this is a synthesizer that you can set to be fully additive, and you can modify every single partial, so you can tune it so that your harmonics align with whatever tuning you want. And you can do it with pretty high precision. And then on top of that, you can take those partials and you can manipulate them, that's what you can't do in Melda Sound Factory. And then like you can't retune the partials like specifically in like Razor. But you can do both of those things in this synthesizer, and this is the only synth I know of that you can do both. Tune the partials exactly how you want and specify exactly how many partials you want, and do macro manipulations on those partials. The thing is, it's a lot of work for what. Like I can show y'all what I did before, but like, I don't know. I'll do it on stream at some point. But like you can anyway, you can do it. So if anyone is interested in Zen timbral stuff, Zebra can do it. It's still a pain in the ass, but you can actually do it. And you could go as deep as you want, because you could specify like so many partials, but it's super fucking confusing. It's because it's not designed to do that specifically, but it just so happens that it's open-ended enough that you can do it. All right. But today I really want to play with, so that there's an FM oscillator, but also on the regular oscillator, if you do these effects, I was watching in a video today, you can actually do FM in here, I'm pretty sure. I saw it in a video though, I don't remember that from the manual. Is this it? Because it's a linear exponential. I don't know if this is the same thing. Is this the same as FM? So if I set this to don't think it is. It's definitely like less intense. We have phase distortion. So it does very little. Huh, I thought in that, maybe that's just zebra lat. I thought you could do it in here too. I thought I saw there was a FM in here. Maybe not. Okay, well, forget this and let's just do the FM synth again. Although I kind of like having this other oscillator going into the FM. That's kind of cool. We'll keep it turned off for now. So there's these different modes. This mod FM is like really like mellow compared to the other ones, which is kind of cool because I think when you're doing modulation and stuff, you don't have to be so fine-grained. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just gonna mess around. So we have the M sig on here. A little too mild. I wonder like with this, so if we put this to the maximum, at what point does this ratio become obnoxious? That's kind of cool. Also, Shaper Box 3 for the win. Another thing is like on these scroll wheels, they go in increments of 0.5 unless you hold shift. Also, what there is an actual relationship between that and the ratio, like the harmonic ratio, but I don't know what it was. Tips and tricks. Okay, integer values correspond to the harmonic series. Integer values correspond to the harmonic series. So if the ratio says 1, it's the, wait, what? That's nonsense because it starts on 0. Wouldn't 0 be 1 to 1? Wait, what does that even mean? I'm so confused. Correspond to the harmonic series, so do they mean like the first harmonic? Or the first partial? They must mean the first partial, right? So it would not be the harmonic series, it'd be the... It's like 1 would be the second harmonic. Right? It'd be a 2 to 1 ratio. What is that manual say? The classic dx ratio minus 1? So that would mean it would be, if it says 1, it would be 0. If it says 1. Or do they mean the values are plus 1? Like the ratio of the dx minus 1. So if it says 0, it's actually 1. That has to be what it means. This is like weirdly worded. It makes no sense otherwise. Because otherwise, what is 0? What's the ratio of 0? That's not a ratio. You would hear nothing. If I look at the thingy, here, so it says 1. Okay, this does nothing if there's no modulation. I can't remember how this works. So like if it's this is giving me a it's giving me like a triangle, right? Because it's like a curvy triangle. I can't remember how that works. How does FM synthesis work? How do FM ratios work? I can't remember. I'm just trying to figure out what 0 means in this. If it's 0, it should be 1 to 1, right? It has to be 1 to 1 if it's 0. Because otherwise, where else are you getting 1 to 1? So if it says 1, it should be 2 to 1. But there would be an easy way to test it, which would just be, what is a 2 to 1? A 2 to 1 FM ratio give you. Two to 1 gives you, it looks like a square. 1 to 1 gives you a saw, 2 to 1 gives you a square. Okay, so it's like a triangle, but I can see it's a ton of harmonics, so. And if I go up to 1. And that looks the same. None of these look like triangles or squares to me. Okay, that looks sort of squarish. Dude, that sounds cool. That's so mellow. I like that one. These all look like the same shape, just like with more wavefolds. It doesn't seem like any of them give you a different shape. Let's go on DX7 or Dext or whatever. So if I'm in Dext, and okay, that sounds the same. That's 1 to 1. And then this is 2 to 1. Okay, that's like way higher. Because if I go, so here if I go, hold up. Snap. Yeah, I feel like it's not the same proportions. So this is, well, I don't know about the volume too. How do I match the volume? So that's at 100% volume. So that sounds like that one. So does 0 sound like that one? 0 sounds like 1. Hold up. Let's just do these back to back. That sounds more similar, but they still don't sound right. I only have the 2 modulators on. I only have the one. You only have the 2 sine waves on. And they're both maxed out on volume. So it should be even volume. Does it say anything about how the volumes work? Are the knobs equivalent on Zebra? So if the carrier is pointing straight up and the modulator is pointing straight up, are they the same volume? So that would be 0 and 1. Maybe that's it. Those don't sound identical, but they sound more similar. And then actually, I can change the quality of this to be slightly worse. Maybe it'll sound more like the DX7 clone. That's actually slightly closer. That's worse though. Okay, those sound not exact, but those sound roughly equivalent. I mean, they're similar enough where I'm pretty sure that's what's happening. Is that this? Because I think since these are both set to 50, these are the same volume, and then I think that that's giving me the same sound as the 1-to-1. So I think the 0 is the 1-to-1. So if I change this one to 2 and I change this one to 1, do they sound the same still? Not really. This one sounds way higher pitched. If I lower the level of both of these, if I lower the level of this, it doesn't do anything. So I kind of have to two's modulating 1. Yeah, it's definitely not obvious how this is like this one. One to 2. And if I turn this to max, how does it sound? So this one's maxed out, and this one's at 50. What does that do on here? Set this one over 50. It's like nothing. Like I hear way more harmonics in this one. And this is set to 0. This one's set to 2. It almost sounds like with feedback, but there's no feedback on this. So yeah, but definitely not the same. I think this ratio number is not. Because on Dext, the way it works, or DX, however you say that, this is literally just the frequency. If this is 2 and this is 1, this is just a 2-to-1 ratio. And here, maybe do I need to deactivate this? Is it gonna change? Yeah, they definitely have. Like, how do you get that sound on here? That's similar, I guess. You definitely get like way more like high frequency content a lot faster on this, on Zebra. And also, I think on DX, like, it just does not. These are the same note. They should be. Oh, you know what? I don't think they are, because I'm micro-tuned. Shit. And this is not MTS-ESP compatible. That actually changes things quite a bit. How do I tune this? Scala. Okay, let's tune this up so that they're the same tuning. Probably, actually, what I should do is just go in a new file and just don't tune it at all, because it's possible They just won't tune the same way for whatever reason. If they're both in 12, it should be consistent. Although I guess it might not be. Let's just remove this, and then see, this should help. So maybe they're more similar than I thought, because they were not playing the same note. Okay, let's try this. So let's play C4. And put this in both. Okay, and let's initialize this. So right now it's 1-to-1. Turn up the level on this. Okay, on that one, with the 1-to-1 ratio, so this one the modulator is not up at all. Let's turn the modulator up to 50, see how it compares. Okay, comparable. You can see they're not identical, but they're comparable. So it's at 1-to-1. If I push this up to 1, put this one to 2. They're already way different. If I push the modulator higher though, does it sound more like? Not only do they sound different, but they look completely different on here. Yeah, so they're definitely different. I wonder when you do linear FM and serum, how that one compares, or even in pigments. Should label these so. Yeah, like on the top, on DX, first of all, there's like way more noise on DX. There is noise on Zebra too, but it's just way busier on DX. But you can actually, oh, I already increased the noise too. So that's with the increased noise. You can get it even noisier. But it's still actually noisier in DX'd or DEX'd or whatever. If I set it to normal though, it's so clean, it's like perfect. And then if I set it to modern, it's probably like even cleaner. Yeah, I think the difference is like on classic, there's I think we need to increase the size of this actually. But I think there's more of these there's like a little. Can you freeze this? I can't remember. You can't freeze it. Can you freeze it? Is there a way to freeze my output? What does that do? Just opens up the Minimeters website. The classic and the modern are almost identical. I can't really tell the difference. It looks like maybe there was some like extra peaks down on the bottom that were not there. I mean, they're stagnant in the classic, but they don't seem to be as, I don't know, they're just these tiny little peaks. I don't know what they're doing there. It seems like there were fewer of those in the modern, but it's kind of hard to tell. If I just do this in Serum, let's do FM. Let's do zero. I mean, a linear. And then let's try to match the sound. Oh, I think this is the. So what's the ratio here? Too many things going on now. So here it says 1, and then on Dext it says 2. So I don't know what that's going to be on Serum. I think 2, right? So I can switch this to ratio and just set this to 2, and it should match Dext. What? What the fuck, man? Okay, that's not working. I set it 2-1. Why is that not working? That's similar. I feel like it's supposed to be linear. Like it's supposed to be linear. I know there's a way to move this less. As an option. It's not command. It's control? No. Huh, I thought there was a way to do that. Maybe not. Maybe only on certain parameters. Yeah, either way, like it kind of seemed like the through zero is more similar. To what it seems like the through zero on serum is more similar to what the zebra calls linear. So it also sounds similar to the through zero. Those almost sound identical. So that's serum and zebra. There's more high frequency content on serums. But there's no way to like direct match all the parameters. I'm just going vaguely by the sound. Let's just throw pigments in here for shits and giggles. Because it also does FM. Kinda. And linear FM. Okay. This is pigments. So this is 2-to-1 ratio. I think the volume is actually the through, like the dry signal, and not the, has nothing to do with the modulation. That reminds me of Zebra's mod FM. It's very like tame. No, I guess not. So I have a 1 ratio here. I set this one to 2. How do I get that? This one's like too clean. It doesn't even sound like FM. And then the exponential sounds too much. So the Pigments FM is not good. Not in that mode. Let's do the analog mode. I think it's more like normal FM. Let's just do and this is the FM source. So that's definitely more similar. Maybe if I change this to up an octave, it'll be the same. That's definitely closer. Actually, that sounds really similar to DX'd. I guess not. So I'd say Serum and Zebra both have a lot of high frequency content compared to the other two, and Serum seems to have a little more. And look at, so Serum has no noise. Zebra, you can turn the noise on. DX has a lot of noise. Okay, this is interesting actually. Pigments, oscillates. It's not steady. So even though there's no modulation on the FM, the way the frequency spectrum is still shifting over time. So I wonder how much it would do that if we stretched this out a little ways. I could probably see it changing. See how much it changes. Yeah, see those are moving around. Then on Dex, the frequencies don't move much, but there's a lot of noise. What's funny though is I can't hear the noise, but I bet if we compress the living shit out of this, we could probably hear some of it. It's too loud. Let's turn it down. Fuck you. Go down. Hey, Mr. Leaky, what's up? So yeah, it just sounds like aliasing, basically. It's really quiet though. Yeah, it's so strange. So pigments moves around. Yeah, I can't hear this even with the compression. I think I need to use like OTT. Okay, that's too loud, I guess. Okay, I can hear it now. I can hear it a little bit now. But yeah, I had to put OTT on it and put a bunch of upward expansion or whatever. Upward compression. So, I mean, it's safe to say that Dex sounds a little dirtier, but it also, it seems to have, I mean, in a weird way, Dex is almost cleaner than all of these. And the reason is because the harmonic profile is never as dense. Like the, or however you put that. If you look at the spectrum on Dex, like it always has kind of a clarity and a cleanliness to it, even though it's noisier. I mean, I can't even hear the noise, honestly, but technically it's noisier, as you can see in the spectrum. Now, whether or not you can hear that, I don't know. But when you, but like, you don't have as much on the top, like, and you do get harmonics up top as you increase the ratio. But when you do, it's so spaced out. Like, it's never that. It's never that dense anywhere in the upper harmonics. I mean, there's no feedback here. There's only one modulation source. But so obviously you can get that to be really dense, but it takes a lot of, it would take a lot of effort. I'd have to either use a feedback algorithm. Let's just try it with a feedback algorithm. So we're going to boost the feedback to maximum. Then but that's just pure noise. But yeah, even when you put the feedback on, you can see the way the harmonics are distributed. It's like, it's not it's like never that densely packed. So like, even though you'll have loud harmonics like past 10K and stuff, like way up, the overall distribution of the harmonics, the harmonic amplitudes, is a lot more sparse and balanced. But if we look at these modern, like if we look at, well, Pigments is the exception though. So Pigments is very strange because first of all, it's not even stagnant. So something is happening there. Well, like something is modulating there even though it's not, even though it's hidden. Like there's something actually moving in there. So there's some kind of subtle modulation happening. It's this pitch, detune. Maybe I turn off the detune. Actually, it's like way more exaggerated now that I turned it off. But yeah, there's something. This is the analog filter. If we go to the wavetable synth, go to the wavetable synth. Now it's steady. So I guess they're analog. I wonder if there's a setting for that, but their analog modeling must have some just built-in detune or whatever you call it. I can't remember what you call it. But yeah, the pitch must be warbling when you're doing the analog engine. But if you go to wavetable, it's just digital. I mean, it's all digital. It's just a emulation of analog circuitry or whatever. But when you do the analog version, it adds some warble to it. But the FM on this is fucking weak. It doesn't work the same way. So the only way to get it to work when you do FM on this, it's like super weak. I have it maxed out on the linear FM. It's got an exponential too. You know what? It's warbling again. And it just sounds completely different. It's like Pigments. I don't even understand what's going on there. But yeah, these are definitely all different. It kind of seems like Zebra is the most similar to Serum. As far as like who has the most in common. And Pigments kind of seems like its own, like it's completely its own thing. But yeah, Zebra can sound maybe a little more like Dext than Serum, but they actually sound more similar to each other than either of them sounds to Dext. So that's kind of interesting. Part of that may be I just don't understand how the ratios translate from Dex to Zebra. And there's also different... Where'd it go? There's also different modes of the FM. The serum sounds super thick. That's a through 0. I don't have this one on through 0. So yeah, I think Zebra and Serum sound the most similar. Serum has like a fuller spectral profile, and then Zebra is very similar, but you can see there's like a little more roll off on the top. Also, these aren't actually 1-to-1. I don't really know how to get them to be the same amounts. I'm just trying to do my best. So I don't really know if these amounts are correct or what. But regardless, I think it's safe to say that like the distribution of the harmonics on Serum and Zebra are, just generally speaking, a lot denser and a lot fuller. And on Dext, it's like way more sparse. And on Pigments, it's also really sparse, but not in a way that's comparable. It seems like completely different. So assuming Dex is actually pretty similar to DX7, which I don't really care if it is or isn't, but if that one is actually really similar to DX7, then neither Zebra nor Serum is actually that similar to DX7. But I would say with the little bit of roll-off that Zebra has, and also the noise emulation that you can add in, it's definitely like more similar, but they're not really that similar. Like these sound more similar to me. So I'd say the overall quality between Serum and Zebra, it's not identical, but let's actually compare some like basic stuff. So in Zebra, if we just do a sine wave, not a sine wave, a saw wave. So sometimes this stuff will null. Sometimes it won't. So let's just put oscillator 1. Just a saw wave. And then let's go in Serum and just do a saw wave. I'll just initialize everything just in case. can't remember how to do that. There it is. Okay. So we have saw and a saw. So here's zebra's saw. Here's Serum saw. Serum sounds a little louder. I don't know that that makes... That doesn't mean the waveform is any different though. Negative 27 decibels. Negative 23 decibels. So let's just turn Serum down a little bit. Okay, that's at negative 26. Negative 27. Okay, that's close enough. So now do these sound the same? Yeah, pretty much. Let's actually look at this and see if we can see any difference on the top. See if there's any kind of spectral roll-off, because I think zebra is maybe more like additive. It's not really subtractive, which would mean that there would be a roll-off on the top, or like a cutoff on the top. Okay, these look basically identical. There is stuff like up here that's not the tallest peaks. It's kind of hard to compare those. But it seems like those could be distributed differently. It'd be hard to ascertain that visually. But of course, if these null, it doesn't matter because they're the same. They do not null at all. Let's try to account for phase differences. So we can turn off random phase here. We're starting at 0 degrees. And I think you can do that in zebra too. Phase reset. Alright, let's just try it. Do they null? No, but it sounds like they're not phase aligned. So I can actually, I'm not sure how to align the phase in zebra. So let's just do that in Serum. Let's try setting it back to 180. And see if that fixes it. No. Let's try 90. No. Let's try just scrolling this and seeing if at any point it phase cancels. Okay, I think the fact that there's oscillation and stuff in the waveform too shows that something is changing over time in one of these synths, at least, if not both. So Oh, another thing is, I don't know if these are the same size. Let's try like that. Right, they're definitely not the same. So now I'm kind of curious, if we just take a sine wave in both, do those null? So sine wave doesn't null. It's kind of the same deal. So I think you actually can't do a consistent phase in zebra, even though you can reset the phase. Well, anyway, I mean, that's good enough. I mean, that just shows you they're not identical. So these are not phase canceling. Okay, even the sine wave is not phase cancel. Interesting. They don't really sound different, but I wonder what could be different about these. $261. Oops, wrong button. It's 58. Actually, a slightly different pitch. 0.56. This one's 0.58. It could be the slight detune. I mean, it's like 1/100th of a hertz off, so I don't even think I can adjust a knob with that much precision to fix it. But honestly, I don't think that would be enough to account for the amount that you're hearing here. I think if it was just that, it would be a very, very quiet compared to what it is. So I think the fact that it's almost the same volume, you can see when you stack them, you get a slower moving waveform. So I don't know what that means though exactly. I think it means that they're different, but maybe not night and day different. I mean, they're both sine waves. Okay, interesting. I did a sine and pigments, how would that sound? Does that do anything? Let's initialize this. How do you initialize? And pigments, new preset. Alright, let's try this one. It's pretty quiet. Oh, those are not. Those are the same now. That's pretty quiet as well. So they're all different, even the sine waves. And then Dex has a sine wave. If I turn this off, should just be a sine wave. Every sine wave is different. Who would have thought? Interesting. If I take two instances of zebra, actually, yeah, so we'll initialize this. Just a copy and paste. Take two instances of zebra, phase cancel one of them. What do you get? They don't null. So if we go in, turn off the random phase, do they null? They do. They do. So that means you can reset the phase. So you can reset the phase in zebra because these do null, and these are saw waves too. So if there was like randomness in the upper partials, that would theoretically be audible. If we do the same thing in serum, these should null as well. It's just so turn off random phase, copy this and paste this, copy these, paste these here. So all the random phases turned off, so this should null, and it does. And then let's do the same thing in pigments, because pigments does that weird warble. So I'm kind of curious if there's some randomness in pigments. So two instances of pigments playing a sine wave, do they null? No. They do not. Is there a way? I'll turn off all the detune because that could be random. Even though there's no unison on, that could be random. Let's turn that off. Okay. I think though if we change these to, no, these are on wavetable. Huh. These are on wavetable. Interesting. So where's the, is it just the phase randomizes? I wonder if there's a way to disable random phase. That's interesting though. So pigments does not null itself. What if I go to analog? I'd assume it actually would just be worse. Because you'd think maybe with analog that would be desirable. Okay, so those don't cancel either. What if we do sine waves? Those don't cancel either. Alright, well zebra will null itself, serum will null itself. Just for the hell of it. Let's see if dext nulls itself. I'm actually curious if vital does too. We're gonna initialize dext. This is just a sine wave. Copy this. Oops. Why did it paste there? And copy this. Paste it here. Okay. Alright, come on. Dext nulls as well. So pigments is kind of weird. And actually, I bet if I set both of these to the same ratio, they'll still null. Although there's a lot of noise in these, so maybe not. They do. So the noise is consistent. You don't even see any noise in here. So the noise is not even random. So like everything in Dext is like completely the same. Oh, wait a second. Could help if I turn this one on. Forget I said anything. Let's try that again. Do they null? They do! Holy shit. They still null, even though the freaking modulator is on. So if I set that to 3, now they're different. So if I maximize the ratio, it's still null. If I set these to an algorithm with feedback, I think this is all digitally computed. It's just and maximize the feedback. Do they null? Or is it random? They fucking null. Holy shit. So nothing in Dext is random. There's literally nothing popping up on here. That's so crazy. If you're curious, this is what the sound sounds like normally. Okay, interesting. So pigments is actually like inconsistent by design, I'm assuming, which is kind of interesting. I don't really have strong feelings about that necessarily. I've never had any issues with pigments as a synth in general. I think it's great. So I don't know. It shows that there's something about pigments that is just inconsistent. Maybe there's a way to set it up where it's not. Like maybe there's a menu option or whatever somewhere. Anyway, okay, what a huge tangent. I do find that interesting though, because I mean it shows that if like any of these waveforms were identical, like you'd think a sine wave would just be a sine wave in every synthesizer. But none of these sines across synths nulled, and the volume seems to indicate that they were, unless I'm not really understanding how this, like there's could be something I'm not understanding about this, but it seems like if they were actually like really close, they would be really quiet, and the signals did get quieter, like they all did get quieter, which I think shows that they have more in common than they don't, because I think if they're identical they become silent, and then if there's a lot of discrepancies they should actually get, like if they're really dissimilar they should actually get louder. So I think the fact that they got quieter shows that they have enough in common to cancel each other's amplitudes out to some degree, or at least attenuate. And they still sound like a sine wave too. But yeah, they don't cancel, which means that there's, and also the canceled sounds were not, I don't know, they seemed, it didn't seem like it was just like a phase cancellation, I guess. Although I guess that would be easy to test, because I could just go in Serum, for instance, and I could put random phase on a sine and see if the difference between both instances of Serum is more different than the, or qualitatively different somehow than Serum and some other synthesizer. So we have random phase on, and we're going to phase cancel one of these. Okay, that's super weird because they shouldn't phase cancel. Because the phase is random. Do they always randomize exactly the same? How's that random? Okay, turn off random phase and just make them a different phase. That one is off. Yeah, so if they're a different phase, you can still hear them. Okay, dude, but yeah, no, now they're louder. Now they're louder. So So one of them's random, the other one's not. And then are these different from these? Well, first of all, that's not a fucking sine wave. Okay. Are these more different than these? Okay, I think on this one there should not be random phase. And then on this one there should be. So I think on this one, oh shit, if I start this one here, it's super loud. I have this on a reset, right? Yes. So it does seem to start around here. And then, the amplitude fluctuation could be because they're not the same tuning. What the hell is that? I've never clicked that in my life. It's fucking insane. Come on, bro. Let's go. Oh, these should be different. These are actually canceling more when they're not phase canceled. So I must have adjusted this wrong. Alright. So I think maybe, so this is 261.58. It's 261.56. If I take the fine tune and reduce it by 0.01. Six seventy one point 73. 671.56. So let's go down one more. $27. What the hell? That's too low. Did I go the wrong way? It won't even let me do 0.1. Oh, I had it for a second. Right. 261.73. Holy shit. Oh, wait, this is 0.56. Oh, 0.56. Not 0.73. Wait, does that mean I didn't change it at all? I wanted to do 0.1. Because when I want 0.0, no, it did change it. Okay, 0.56. Wait, 0.56. What was the other one? 0.56. Wait a sec. These are the same. 0.56. 0.58. Wait, it was 0.56 a second ago. How did I get that? .58. Is that good? 0.56, not 0.56. You think that hundredth of a fucking cent or hertz makes that big a difference? Probably not. 0.42. 0.56. Maybe I can get this one a match. 0.42. Where's my fine tune? .79. .85. Will they ever meet? .8. .02. I don't want that. Maybe I have to keep going higher till they meet. .02. .262.2. Hey, Dylan, what's up? .261.98. .221. .20. I don't think I'm gonna get closer than that. Alright, let's try this. Does it null? No. Okay, I think that settles that debate. At least as well as I'm going to. What is up, Doman? How you doing? Sorry, I'm like on a weird... Been going off on a weird tangent tonight. Kind of analyzing the difference between all these different synthesizers on a very, like, just staring at the oscilloscope or whatever, the spectrometer and all that. Anyway, I should actually try to make some sounds. I'm getting so hungry. Maybe they do a snack real quick. You know what? I think I'm not caught up on my Doman jams. See what the man's been doing. How come I can't find your page? Oh, we got a new one right here. I'll be back in a second. Alright. It's cool. I like that bass sound a lot. Alright, let's get back to it. So, what was I doing? Oh yeah, I was looking at this FM oscillator. I'm so confused about this too, because like, oh wait, so maybe not. So the carrier amplitude is here, and this is basically the amplitude of the whole module. So if this is dx, we're doing linear FM to the carrier via this ratio frequency modulator. And I think 0 is just supposed to be 1 or something. I don't know. So yeah, that just changes the amplitude of the sound. It doesn't change the timbre. That changes the amplitude of the modulating frequency, which does change the timbre because it changes the intensity of the modulation. You know what I want to do? I want to put, because when I scroll through this, it's stepped. I have to hold shift to get it to be unstepped. That's kind of annoying. So I'm going to put a LFO on this. Here it is. It's a slow LFO. Let's go slower than that even. And let's make this longer. Because I want to hear the modulation. Also, I want to stare at this when that's happening. Okay, so it ramps up and it has tilt to it. So the higher amplitudes have a peak and then there's kind of a roll off. Going backwards, back towards the fundamental. That's what the through zero FM. That's the mod FM. Oh, there's this interesting sub-bass stuff happening. If I turn on the DC block. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong oscillator. Never mind. Alright, so That one doesn't do as much. Now here's the linear FM. These move more. So on the through zero FM, the no, they don't. They're the same. What the hell are you talking about? So the fundamentals jumping up and down. And that time the first harmonic was jumping up and down. And here it's just like way less. Is the mod FM just like less? So if I turn the ratio all the way up to 25, what does this mod FM do? That's an intriguing sound. Reminds me of like those like meditation bowls or whatever. It's a cool sound. That's what the maximum ratio. All right, let's try. Actually, we can go the other way too. What's the minimum ratio? So you have this sort of sinusoidal frequency shape, like a. Okay, it's interesting. What if we go like -15? That's pretty much the same. And if we could do 15. Those are some cool sounds. Alright, very cool sounds. This one reminds me of Dext kind of, because the partials seem to emerge in like groups that are a little more sparsely stacked. So that kind of reminds me of Dext. So it's sort of interesting. Now these are all like pretty clean ratios, but we can actually scroll this in a way that's less clean. I'm gonna do it off screen so we can watch the harmonics, but I'm just slow scrolling through the ratio. So they move like cones, kind of. So now we're going into the positive ratios. So those were all the negative ones. So that's about 0.5. Which I don't really know what that means in the synth. That's 1. Yeah, you can see that they stagger like a regular, or like in parallel, or in proportion. And it seems like you get more as you scroll higher. It looks weird. FM produces sideband below the fundamental. It seems it's not here. This is mod FM, according to this, which is the carrier X, or carrier times E to the modulator. So instead of the carrier times the frequency of the modulator, it's carrier times, or I guess also the amplitude matters of the modulator, but carrier times E to the modulator. E to the modulator. So I don't know how that changes it. I'm gonna do the linear FM as well, but the mod FM, it's almost like baby FM. It seems like it's a much mellower FM, so it seems easier to use it in these higher ratios. But yeah, this distribution reminds me of Dext a little bit, because the frequencies are like these sparsely, or like these sparse groups, instead of like in Serum and in the other Zebra linear FM. The partials were a lot denser and a lot more uniform. So now we're getting some low frequency stuff happening, but we're all the way up to like 15, almost 16 ratio. So now we're past 16. And there doesn't seem to be much going on. Well, there's something going on here. Yeah, it's smoother without the sideband, yeah. Yeah, it sounds super smooth and like mellow. And there it's maxed out for this particular synthesizer. This is Zebra. I imagine you'd like Zebra a lot, because it's very like modular, synth, like Eurorack inspired. It reminds me of like Moog and Prophet and my No Coast and all that cool analog stuff. Okay, so that was the mod FM. Now let's look at the linear FM. So again, I have the slow LFO on the modulation volume, and I'm going to control the ratio by hand. So by default, as you scroll through this ratio, it scrolls through increments of 0.5, minimum -25, maximum 25. So that does give you a particular sound because it seems to lock on to certain harmonics. And like DX7 and like DX'd, they're all stepped. So classic FM kind of works like that anyway, but thankfully you have the option to do continuous scroll, and you can get some really interesting interactions in that continuous scroll. This is the linear FM, so this is a lot more intense. So I'm probably going to move through this one a little more slowly. But here it is at the absolute minimum, -25. I'm going to start scrolling. So in the negative values, the pitch of the carrier decreases and the pitch of the modulator stays the same. So then you end up with your negative ratios, or not negative, but your 1/x ratios. That's just how Zebra does it. I don't know why, but it's fine, I guess. Really high pitched. I guess I could put a little filter on the top because we don't really need that super high frequency stuff. Although I don't really mind it that much. Yeah, what the hell. Let's just leave it. We'll suffer together. If you don't like it, you don't have to watch, I guess. Alright, let's keep going. Pretty cool. Too high. Here, let me try something actually. Oh god, that doesn't help. Yeah, let's set it to a really low frequency. That way we can appreciate these crazy high harmonics. that's so cool. Holy moly. I feel like I'm in like a abandoned industrial district somewhere, like way late at night. I'm not supposed to be here, but there's something like super creepy and super intriguing about it. It's like the liminal space thing. It's a bit Krell? What does that mean, Krell? Krell Industries? High performance audio equipment? Do they have stuff that sounds like this? Or they have like a demo that plays that FM sound? Krell patch. Alright, so like pretty much it's from Forbidden Planet. Oh yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, makes me think of Aliens for sure. So kind of all this is very samey, but you can hear the, like as you scroll through, you do target like different frequency spectra or whatever. So if you put like an envelope on like some of the like in some region of this, you could target it to like get a particular timbre. Like this region is a lot more, has a lot more like low end. And big thing among modular folks. Let's check it out. Krell patch, Forbidden Planet. Good videos.
Doobie doop doop, walking and normally having a good day. Ah! Yeah, you. What? Do that. Certain to know. You want to buy a girl? I can't do this. Okay. Okay, cool. Well, could we go inside? It's really cold out here and my pants are wet. Okay, fine. Let's go. You want to buy a girl? Like, the krill.
Oh. This makes you think of a theremin.
Stunning. It's beautiful. It's truly beautiful. An interest weeks pretty sounds what Krell's interpreter is here for the Krell. Out A into here. These function generators need to cycle. And I just hit cycle and I hit trig, and now you can see they are going at it, aren't they? Now that these are cycling, if we change almost something rise, apparently based on the voltage that it's getting from marbles. And that's exactly what we want. Let's get an oscillator. I like the CSL from Instro for this demonstration. So let me hit this final output here into here. So this first function generator, this green one, this will be our VCA. We need to get this pitched around. And for that, we need a random voltage generator. So I'm just going to search for in here. The single time is a both with quotient count every single time. And then the next step of this, it
Simple Krell and VCV 10 trillion modules. Okay, thank you. Simple Krell and Zebra, one fucking module. And an oscillator. And your hand. You need to use your hand. Okay, so the big thing, the point is it's a certain random structure. The timbre is not fundamental. I see. Do you use that as like a modulation source or whatever? See, if I take the modulation off and just like hit it, go high. Those are all like almost, I mean, they're superficially like so similar. So yeah, nothing too exciting there. Let's turn the modulation back on. Let's explore the positive ratios now. Made a piece using Krell ID low views. So we're up to 10. Okay, that's an interesting spot. Around 15 to 17. You get that weirdness. Interesting. I love when those low ones start popping back up. Yeah, that was cool. Interesting. So that one, it's more interesting going up into the higher ratios. I mean, there's still like this sort of predictable pattern, I guess, but it kind of like starts to fold back in on itself. And you get this interesting stuff. And also like the partials get so high and they get so distant from the fundamental. There's all this space from the fundamental and the partial, so I kind of feel like you could do like a really low note. So this is C4, and then here's down 4 octaves. Down 3 octaves. Sounds cooler here. Down 2 octaves. Yeah, I love that when that stuff hooks back in around here. So when is that happening? How did the notes change? Do I have 2 notes on? So for some reason when the note re-triggers, it changes the pitch. So if I keep re-triggering it, does it randomly change the pitch? Weird. It sounds like every time it starts on the same pitch though, right? Yeah, it always goes da da da. So does it always do that same melody? So strange. So that's the same pitch that it's being triggered in MIDI every time, but it's changing the harmonics every time. I don't know why exactly. Your ears are tired? Hey man, thanks for sticking it out as long as you have. I've been obsessed with this synth, dude. Zebra. This is my new favorite thing. My arms have been screwed up, so I can't really do lumatone. So it's nice to have something to play with that is not physically taxing. Hey, have a good one, Doman. Appreciate you dropping in, man. Welcome back. Anytime. Have a good day. That's so interesting that the note changes. Alright, let's keep this consistent again. Okay, let's do the same thing with the third version of FM, the through zero FM, which if I remember correctly, it says that this retains the fundamental better. Phase always starts at 0. Aliasing and DAC inaccuracies give early FM hardware a unique sonic character. Huh, it doesn't say anything about the through. What's with the... I swear, like, at some point I read or heard that the through zero was supposed to, like, preserve the frequency or something, but... isn't there FM tips? Tips and tricks, FMO. Maybe it was down here. Multiply the desired ratio by 4. Oh, that doesn't help me at all. Okay. Alright, whatever. That's not even an FMO tip, it's a mapper tip. I guess it's FMO mapper tip. Alright. Okay, I'm gonna scroll through on the through zero FM. I thought, like, I heard or read or imagined that the through zero FM has like a cleaner fundamental or something. Dude, that is the noisiest one yet. That's crazy. So here's the linear. That's super clean. Oh, that's cool. So this gets clean around here. It's actually, it seems like the 3-0 is like more intense. And you get like some of those like squelchy, lasery, kind of like all pass sounds with the 3-0 FM. That's cool. I think this sounds cooler on the milder settings. Like this is -4 point something. It still has some of that intensity, but and the noisiness, but the cleaner parts sound really cool. Dude, that's sick. That sounds cool. I love that. The little at the end of that. So sweet. Yeah, I love these little like pops and knocks and stuff that show up sometimes. Yeah, like those little crackles and shit. Those are so cool. There's got to be a way to like find that sweet spot and like put an envelope on it and like hit that just to get like a little added grit or whatever. There's a 0. So it like jumps up an octave. Interesting. So when you set it to 0, all those knocks are at like really regular intervals. Oh, that's because I re-triggered the note. Ah, that's what that is. Let's turn that off. You still have this little flicker at the top here. Not much though. You can't even hear it. I wonder if you go back to the negative. Oh, there's a little. No, that was the re-trigger of the note. So it's just part of the envelope, maybe. Or... I'm gonna turn the clicks back on because those sounded cooler. But I know now that they're not just part of the FM scroll. It's like where it's part of the re-triggering of the note. But depending on where it happens, it has like a different effect. Alright, so just be aware of that. And it's a little high pitched now. Just lower. Actually, just lower it on the synth. Let's go down like 2 octaves. Yeah, that's interesting. I forgot how crazy this was on the bottom, like the low frequencies are like super dirty. But in the mod FM and the linear, it's pretty clean. But yeah, there it was like super dirty. It seems like if I detune this, it's actually better. Oh, what the fuck? we have a low pitch with the 1/over frequency. Let's go as low as we can. I think you can actually go lower because you can change the pitches to. Yeah, you can actually go lower, but nothing's happening. So not much is happening here either. So nothing really happens here. It does on the other side though. So if I lower the pitch even more, nothing happens. There we just get some vague rumbling. Now we get some more consistent rumbling. It's like -6 octaves from like the bottom of the MIDI keyboard. It's -5 octaves from the bottom of the piano roll. Just -4. Let's go back to regular. So on the top, the through 0 FM seems actually more chill than the linear. But on the bottom, the through 0 is just insane. I'm just doing FM stuff. It does produce inharmonic partials. So technically yes, but I'm not like going, oh, target this particular partial. You can do inharmonic partials on this with Zebra though. You can definitely do that. There's a, on the basic oscillator, on the basic oscillator, you can do this, I think it's a curve filter, and you can map it to line up with whatever partials you want. So like, if we set it to a saw wave, where's my sound? How am I getting the sound? Where did my sound go? What the hell? Did I bust my speaker? No, what the fuck? It just initializes. Okay, there we go. I don't know what happened there. Alright, so if we put on this curve filter. Oh, it's the curve filter. What am I doing wrong? Go to the editor. Alright, so anyway, if we go to dude, this zebra's doing weird stuff with the mouse. It's like drawing on it for some reason. Anyway, it's still in beta. If we go to this, so that's nothing here. Oh, this is the wrong one. What do I need to do again? Here it is. My bad. Curve. Okay, ignore what I was doing here. It's something else. So if you go to additive synth renderer and go to spectral modifier curve, this is just playing the bottom two harmonics, or the bottom harmonic. Why is it not playing the two? It should be why is it a fucking sine wave, bro? There we go. Okay. So this is going to change the pitch of the partials. Hello? Oh, I gotta turn this up. I bet. Okay. So now it's gonna change the pitch of the partials. Alright, jeez, man, come on. So we set this like here, this third partial, second partial, the fundamental. So you can see them right here. 1, 2, 3, or whatever. And then if you pull this up, it's actually gonna repitch that. So that's higher. Pull this one down. I can't hear that one at all for some reason. But yeah, you can actually repitch all these. So you can actually change the tuning of the partial. So like the oh, I'm looking at the wrong version. Fuck, that explains it. So yeah, you need to be in the harmonic editor. I forgot to change it. So this is actually showing you the harmonics. So now it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and you can see those there. That makes way more sense. It's kind of like, what the fuck am I even saying right now? But yeah, if I pull this up now, that top partial will be higher pitched. See, it moved up. And then if I move the second one up, or I'll move it down, it'll move closer to the fundamental. So see, these are squishier now. Now it's higher up. And so on. And you can zoom in on this. So here's where the fifth partial would normally go. And see, because I moved up the fourth partial, they're super close. But if I move them back, they're back to normal. So you can actually edit all the partials here. So now I put 4 and 5 super close. That's why they're grinding together like that, because they're almost the same. So you can actually like edit these basically however you want. You kind of have to do it by ear. There is a logic to what the partial is, but it's like super confusing. So basically, like if you're on this middle line, the partials are literally what they say they are. And then if they're like, if the value, if the y value on that same line, so if the y value is 2, then it's literally the harmonic it says. And then if the y value is 3, then it's half of the harmonic. So it's so hard to explain. So like, since this is the fourth partial, if you move this up here, you get 7 over 2, because it's 4 plus 3, but it's not 7 over 1, it's 7 over 2. And then this would be 4 plus 6, so it'd be 10 over 2, so it'd be the 5th harmonic would be here. And then here on the 5th harmonic line, this is the 5th harmonic, but if you go up here, it's plus 4, so it's 9 over 2. This is the 9th, not the 9th harmonic exactly, but down an octave from the 9th harmonic. And then this would be 13. That's 9. And then this one would be 10 minus 4. Or yeah, it's 10. Sorry, 10 and then 14. My bad. 10, 14, and then 19. Or 18. So that'd be 9. Right? I gotta double check that. Does Zebra have wavefolding? Yes, it does. It's got pretty sick wavefolder stuff. So like, if you set this to a sine wave, oops, bad. You have 2 ways you can do it basically. So if you add the wavefolder here in the parameters, it's per voice. So you get a really clean wavefolding. Let's shrink this a little bit so we can look at it. And I'll look at this too. So this is per voice, and you can do like 16 folds. Should never create inharmonic overtones. And they call this infinite wavefolding here. Anyway, that's per voice, and that one's a lot cleaner. And then if you put it on in the effects, it folds the whole signal. Sounds pretty similar. If it's just one note, but if we stack notes, it does sound louder though. Yeah, you gotta play a chord for it to sound different. But yeah, if you stack notes, it sounds a little different. So yeah, if we do we'll do the per voice again. If I can find zebra. Where the hell's zebra, man? I just had it. Alright, here it is. So if we do per voice, it's cool, but yeah, it's super clean. But then if we put it on the effects rack, it's like insanely different. This is one fold. So it's almost like a completely different animal, depending on where you put that module. It's the same thing with the distortion in this. I thought the distortion in this was super weak. But actually, apparently, like, this, if you do distortion per voice like this, it just sounds fucking weak. But you actually aren't getting any intermodulation distortion, I guess. I'm taking that from just what I heard. But if you put it on the whole signal, same distortion, just on the whole signal instead. Hey, random alphabet. I did not get abducted by anyone so far. But yeah, so like the distortion in the wave folder makes a huge difference, like where you put it in your routing. And I imagine that's true for everything, because there's an EQ on here too. I haven't even compared putting the EQ here or at the end. There's filters too, so I think it's true for everything. Like, I think anything in the parameter lane is per voice, and anything on the effects rack is, you forgot to send me a video of your hologram? Yeah, go ahead, send it. And then anything on here is on the whole signal. Can you parameterize things with the partial editor? Parameterize? Oh, can I do like a partial editor on the whole signal? No. You can't put an oscillator on the effects rack, and you can't edit there's no like filter that you can alter the partials on. That'd be interesting. That'd be cool. There is, the EQ is a resonator. It's pretty fucking cool. You can turn it into a resonator. So it's either an EQ or it's a resonator. I think the resonator sounds cooler up here. Definitely. forgot to stream it. Oh god. How'd that go? Did you win? Are you gonna be famous now, or how's that work? Is that how that works? Are you now the most famous person I know? Let me go back and look at this partial editor though, because I kind of forgot how it works. I just want to double check. So like, if you go, you can do Zen timbral stuff in here, which is really cool, I guess. If you want to do that kind of stuff, it's cool. And so what you do is you switch your oscillator type to additive. And then when you do that, this menu pops up with this spectral modifier. The expansion here literally just spreads the harmonics out. And then the compression just shrinks them closer to the fundamental. Anyway, I mentioned that because that's just fun to know. But if you go to this curve, it gives you two options. You can do guides or you can do curves. I'm going to do guides. And then I'm going to keep the saw wave. But I'm going to go and I'm going to edit this guide here. You have to switch it to the harmonic grid and it'll show you where the harmonics are. And every time this line crosses a harmonic, that is telling you the tuning of that harmonic, assuming that harmonic is even in the sound. Since this is a saw wave, all of them will be in the sound. I gotta turn this thing on though. So now it's like a downward slope, so all of the partials, as you increase in harmonics, the partials shrink. So if I pull this all the way down, we'll get nothing. Well, we get the fundamental. So we can go in and we can edit this. So this is just the fundamental here. And then, I don't know why we're getting two. That actually doesn't make any sense. I'm on the saw wave, right? Alright, we'll worry about that later. Oh, I have two sounds, that's why. I have two MIDI notes. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so now we should just have one. Okay, so that is just the fundamental. And then here's the fundamental and the first harmonic. And then like, as long as this is not like crossing over one of these other lines, I can adjust this and it'll adjust the pitch of this first partial, the second harmonic. And it took me a minute to figure out where like the harmonics lie and stuff, but it's kind of weird. Like basically, like if it's on the middle line, it is. And the manual does not explain this at all. I just kind of figured it out. Like if it's on the middle line, it's the harmonic it says it is. So this is the root, this is the first harmonic, or the second, it's first partial, second harmonic. This is the third harmonic. So it says 3 on the harmonic grid, and this is the third harmonic. So if we move it up here, basically like, what you do is you think of this as like 3/2 plus 1 over 2. It's so fucking weird. And only plus 1 because it's 3. No, plus 2. Because 3 plus whatever the fuck this number to the left is. So this would be 5/2. So it's not the fifth harmonic, but it's the fifth harmonic an octave lower. And no, that sounds like the fourth harmonic. So this is 3 plus 1. So wait, hold on. So is it 3 plus... plus 1 minus whatever this is. I think that's what it is. So this would be 4. So this would be 5. This would be the 5th harmonic. Let's double check. That's what I wanted to figure out. Is how does this actually work? Because I kind of forgot. So if that's correct, it should be 5 over 2. That sounds right. Right? Yeah. So that means this would be 4. And then this is 3. So 3, 4, 5. But it scales depending on which part of the grid you're on, which is weird, right? Because this is 4. Zebra plus Serum 2 is a whole DAW plugin. Is getting, yeah. Dude, the plugin, like Zebra is sick. I mean, Serum is fucking sick too. But yeah, Zebra is like definitely, I think, the most fascinating. It's like the most fascinating synth I think I've played with. Because it's not only intriguing, like Sumu is really intriguing, but it's just such a pain in the ass to understand. But Zebra, like, even though it's annoying at first, like, you can understand it. So it's like it's a nice balance of like you can actually make sense of it and do stuff with it, and then it also like just does all this awesome shit. It does so much stuff I wish other synths did. Like I don't feel like it replaces Serum, but it definitely like fills in a gap that is like not there. But anyway, so this one will be 4, and then I guess this would be 6, because it's like minus 1. It's this minus 2, I guess. So this would be. So like this would be 4, this would be 6, and then this would be 8, and it's 6 over 2, not 6 over 1. So it'd be 4, 6 over 2, 8 over 1, right? That's not right. So this is 7. That's definitely 7. And then that's 7, that's 10. Can you automate the partials with FM? Yeah, so like I could take this signal and I could use this signal to FM the carrier in the FM. So I can't FM this particular signal, but I can do manipulations to it. I can do like everything that's in here. There's like phase distortion and all kinds of fun stuff. And then I can take this signal and I can use this to FM a sine wave in the FM modulator. Yep. I'm trying to remember how this works. So this was 4, right? Let's turn this one off. Is that 5? That sounds right. So what am I doing wrong? 6 plus 2 is 8. Plus 2 is 10. So it's you double this number right here. Okay, that's so fucking confusing. So you double this number here. So instead of thinking 3 over 1, you think 6 over 2. and then you add this number to it. So then 6 over 2, 8 over 2, 10 over 2. That's what it is. That's the math works out the same here if you think of it incorrectly. So this is 8 over 2. This is 11 over 2. And this is 14 over 2. So this should be 11 over 2. So if I plug that in Scale Workshop, I should hear that. There you have it. So it's fucking weird, but you can do it like that. And you can actually tighten up this grid more. And I haven't even looked to see how that, like, it doesn't change the sound. But I don't know how everything lines up on the other values. But obviously everything like changes proportionately as you go up. And I tested it with like really high harmonics as well, and it still worked. So like if we went all the way up to let's try 44. So if we actually play here, this is the 44th harmonic. I can't even hear that. Let's do one we can hear. The other thing too is you can actually set the, you can also make the synth additive. So like you can set it up so that this is the frequency of the synth instead of the amplitude. So if this is the, and that's how it's set right now, so if this is the frequency of the synth, you should basically hear nothing. Oh. I'm still hearing shit. There we go. So, delete, you fucking asshole. So now I can tell it what harmonics to play specifically. So like if it's in this mode, this is now the amplitude of these harmonics. So the point in which this crosses over the line of this harmonic is the volume of that harmonic. So here it's at maximum for the fundamental. So if I wanted to go and play with that 44th harmonic, I could actually go in here and scroll over to the 44th harmonic and line it up, maximize the volume, reduce the volume of the fundamental. It's probably a good idea. I don't hear shit. This fucking bastard. Let's actually turn the fundamental off completely. Why do I still hear it? Shouldn't be hearing anything. Okay, there I can hear it. So something about the Something with a guide is screwing this up. Is it because of this? Oh, maybe... Huh, maybe it's... Maybe the 44th harmonic was retuned to the fundamental? Because it was on the bottom? Oh, that is what it was. That's so fucking weird. So, because this was down here, it retuned this to the fundamental. So this is the 44th harmonic. That's way too high to even play with. So let's pitch this way down. Let's go down 4 octaves. So now we're gonna hear a note. So basically, this is 88 over 2. And then if we go up here, it's gonna add 43. So it's gonna be what's 88 plus 44? It's fucking 100. What's 80 plus 40 is 120. So 88 plus 44 would be 132. So minus 1, so 131. So it'd be 131 over 2 would be this harmonic. And we're going to set our base frequency to be what's a fourth of 260? I don't fucking know, dude. 261. Divided by 4. Divided by 65.25. Alright. That'll be close enough, I think. So if we do that, there you have it. Same note, close enough, right? So yeah, so basically you can, and you don't have to lock it onto actual harmonics, you can go in between. So that's why you can do xenharmonic stuff, because you can do this and then you can look at the errors in like, say 22 EDO, and you can just take like the first, take the first 4 significant partials, so do everything up to like the 7th harmonic, and then you can retune those. You can look at the frequency values in Scale Workshop, and then you can match those on here, and then you can get Zen timbres, and you can do as many partials as you want. So you can get really sophisticated with it, and then you can take that sound and you can actually do macro manipulation of that sound. So I'm not going to do anything specifically Zen timbral. I'm actually, the more I mess with it, the less I'm excited by it, to be totally honest. But it is cool that you can do that. Okay, let's go back to the saw wave. So this is just a fucked up, and you don't have to be specific with it either. Like these curves just go through the lines. Wherever it dissects the line, it changes the tuning of those partials. So you can draw random shapes. And honestly, you probably get more interesting effects doing that than like tweaking over this shit. But it's just cool to know that you can if you want to. But anyway, just pretend this is actually xentambral. Or actually, you know what? I already have some that I made for 22. Now you can automate the partials with FM or any other features instead of the other way around. Can I automate the partials with FM? No. If you developed inharmonic version of primodality, but you can modify the partials though. Yeah, I think I already answered that question. If you developed the inharmonic version of primodality, but you can FM with that, which is effectively the same thing, because you take the partials of that and you FM a sine wave. So you're just multiplying them together. I mean, I do think it does actually matter what order you do it in, but when you do FM, your carrier is almost always a sine wave anyway. So it would be in line with traditional FM. If you developed an inharmonic version of primodality, which toying around with Zebra could help with, you could then make ringer scales with the inharmonic nedges, which would make quirkier Itos useful. Yeah, I think if you really dug into this, you could do stuff like that. Yeah. I don't know that I'm going to do it. I think other people, though, that are maybe more interested in this stuff, I think it would be worth checking out Zebra. So, like, I did this for 22 Ito. I went in and I tuned. So here's the regular partials, but it's still in 22 EDO. It's just the first few partials. So it's a super bare minimum sound. And then here's the xentambral version. So we're in 22 Ito, but now the harmonics are actually mapped to and I had to do a little bit of finagling because these actually snap to the grid. But if you adjust this just so, and I was very like meticulous with it. I took my frequency analyzer and I did like a resonant filter sweep and like honed in on the particular partials, and I tuned it according to Scale Workshop frequencies tuned to the same C. So this is good. This is definitely good enough. It's like tuned close enough to 22 EDO. The partials are. And as you can see, I only did prime 3, prime 5, and prime 7. But the reason I did that is because when I've experimented with this in the past, it sounds bad the more you do. It sounds worse the more you do. So I figured, I almost think doing prime 7 is almost too much. It's possibly too much. But here it is, xentambral. So it sounds almost the same, but as you listen to them together, phase cancellation, you can hear they are in fact different. And even if you listen to them together, you can hear the subtle amplitude modulation that's occurring because they're not exactly in tune with each other. And yeah, these are full chords, of course, but nothing crazy. So anyway, we can take this xentambre and we can actually do stuff with it. So you don't have to just have like a plain ass xentambre. You can do this linear transfer thing, whatever the hell that means. Oh, I think this is FM, actually. It's just like really subtle. Let me actually look at the manual. Delta X. It might not be FM, but it's like super similar. Similar to FM synthesis, but with a choice of transfer modes. Linear, absolute, square, square, absolute, exponential, or negative exponential. I don't know what that means. The closest, oh, I guess 1 over the exponent. The closest equivalent to the original DX type phase modulation is linear. Or is it a negative exponent, like divides by itself? No. Well, I guess if it was to the -1, it would just be 1. But if it was -2, it would be like some small number. The closest equivalent is linear. The index option offsets the pitch of either the FM modulator or the carrier. The modulator is usually the waveform itself, while the carrier is an extra sine wave. But you can swap these. Okay, so you can do, yeah, you can do this kind of stuff. And you can double stack it, like if it's not enough, because it's really not much. One thing though about these oscillator effects, they are, it's like, it says like filter, formant, blah blah blah. And it says this is like FM synthesis, but it's not. It's not any of the things it says it is. These are computing wavetables, so it's all additive synthesis. So it's literally just like running computations on the partials and stuff. I guess all synthesis on a computer is, but I think because of that though, like you get like qualitatively different results. Like if you put this filter on here, for instance, it doesn't sound like when you put an actual filter on it. And it's really just changing the wave shape. So it's really similar to like how Razor works. How like Razor doesn't, I don't think Razor actually has like any actual filters that go like on top of the sound, but it just like plays with the partials in a way that emulates a filter. And that's exactly what's happening here. And I think that's true for all of these effects. So there is a sync, and it sounds identical to sync. This is actually like a wavetable. Really, it's more like it's more like what Serum does in Razor. Can I imagine a crazy diaper sound? No, I cannot. Anyway, this particular sound is like not, it's only 3 partials, so it's like not that fun to play with. Let's try using this to FM stuff, because that I think will be a little more interesting than doing those. So if we put a FM. So we can use this as an input to FM the. So yeah, already that's a little more. Can you make feedback loops like using FM on the carrier of that FM? Can you make feedback loops like using FM on the carrier of that FM? Yeah, I can FM this carrier and I can feedback the carrier. And I guess you can FM the feedback, it looks like. Or no, these are different. This is a feedback style. I don't know what the hell that means. Let's actually look at that. Modulator to modulator feeds the modulator signal back to its own input. Carrier to carrier feeds the carrier back into its own. Yeah, no shit. And the carrier to modulator feeds the carrier back to the modulator. Doesn't say shit. Feedback times volume. The feedback circuit includes the mod and or carrier level controls. I think this manual is not up to date because it doesn't even mention this fucking button right here. Unless this is the feedback times volume thing. Anyway, I can do FM from this thing I made, this Zen timbre, and FM from the modulator that's in the FM oscillator. So I'm FMing the carrier with both. I can also FM the modulator with the input, and FM the carrier with that modulator that's already been FM'd. And then feedback the carrier to itself, or yeah, there's 3 feedback routes. So I can send the carrier feedback to the modulator, which modulates the carrier, or modulate feedback the modulator to itself. Or feedback the carrier to itself. Oh, that's cool. It makes an arpeggio. What the fuck? That's so crazy. Why is it doing that? What the hell, dude? That's weird. I don't think that has anything to do with the Zen timbre, though. So let's try that in here. Wait, maybe it does actually. Come to match the settings on these. So modulator 33. Feedback 76. Carrier 50. DX, input 53, input 50. Damn, we just discovered something cool. So these are basically identical. The only difference is the Zen timbre shit. So like, let's pull this one up. So in this, you can see the partials are all lined up. Exactly where they're supposed to go, and basically everything else is the same. So for whatever reason, this is making it create arpeggiations. So if I go on here to the clean one, wait, it sounds so different. Is that really just because of the timbre change? I guess it makes sense because so the ratio is 0. Let's just double check before I ramble about why it's so different. So 33, 50, 50, 76. This is set to curve. Additive, curves 100, 100 curve, additive. Okay, 50, 33, 76, 50. That's what we said here, right? 76, 33. So these are the same as far as I can tell. And so if it is the position of these partials, then by moving these, we should produce some kind of effects. Okay, you can definitely hear that it changes the sound pretty significantly. But pretty much everything I'm doing there is just making noise. So here's another thing we can do. Right now the tuning is in 22 Edo, So let's see what happens if we change the tuning to 12 and play these in 12. Does the 12 Ito one produce an arpeggiation? Well, regardless of how this turns out, this is really interesting. The FM is doing that. The FM is making that sound. If I turn this like it started with the FM, if I turn the FM off, it's just gonna sound like the... Wait, what the fuck is making this sound? I turned the FM. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. My bad. Hold up. Alright, if we turn the FM off, it's not going to do the arpeggiation. There's no sequencer or anything like that. Oops, my bad. Activate, bro. Oh, wait. Yeah, and it's not the FM itself either. Because with nothing else on, it does nothing. But it's because of this timbre being used as a modulator in this. So the FM is making these arpeggiations. And they like match the chord. This is really fascinating. So I'm curious though, if we retune everything to 12, can you get the same effect in 12? Let's find out. So we're going to set this to 12 now. And so the Zen timbre is still making these striations. Yeah, you can hear it. Even though the chords are in 12. And then this one, I'm assuming, is not. It's not. It's quantizing the beating pattern of the timbre, making arpeggio. It's something like that, yeah. But that is so interesting. That is so interesting. So I'm wondering where... I'm going to make a copy of this. I'm making a copy of this one. We'll go back to 22 Ito because it's cooler. And this is the Zen Pilled live stream. So I'm curious where... So I'm curious where the cutoff is. So I'm going to take... You're messing with a new tonality synth and getting a similar effect? New tonality synth, what is that? So I'm going to go in here... And See if removing the 7th partial gets rid of the effect. It does not. See if removing this gets rid of it. It does not. See if removing this gets rid of it. So all you need is this first one. But I think it sounds a little more consistent with the other ones in there. It does. On this one, with just the 3rd prime adjusted, no, it still works. What am I saying? I feel like this one does sound more consistent though. Like over repeated iterations, this one gets a little, it kind of loses the pitch slightly, or it feels a little more meandery. You can always do the null test. I mean, they can't null. That would be absurd. Let's find out though. Not only do they not null, but the arpeggio is very present in the phase canceled version. Which means that a lot of that material is actually different from these two, if I understand this correctly. So these, more of the noise of the FM is canceling than the arpeggio. Which seems to indicate that the inclusion of the other partials does enhance the effect of the arpeggio, or diminishes it. But I think it's obvious that it enhances it, because it feels more consistent over time. There's not a synth though, is there? It's just it's just a web app, right? This is a web app, and you go and you download the WAV files, right? You can't like play it, can you? Can you play the web app like a synth? Because the way I used it was I would go on there. I think this is what Savage did in this tutorial too. Is like I would go on there. It has a real-time player. I would go on there and I would generate the sound, and then I would export it and like upload it as a sample into a synth. I didn't know there was a real time. Can you send the like your patches or whatever? Is there any way you can send it to me? Because I would like to hear it if you have one like that. Oh man, this is so interesting. I was just saying like how much of a fucking waste of time this Zen timbre bullshit is. but this is actually cool. But I'm curious, like, I'm very curious, like, what, like, how precise is this? Like, dude, if I move it, like, you don't have Discord. If you can send it, I'll mod you for a second so you can send it. I can mod you for a minute so you can send a link. But if you abuse your powers, I will cry on stream. You may now send links. So it seems pretty particular. Because listen to that, it's like... I mean, don't you don't have to do it. Just do it if you feel like it. If you want to, you can. I'm not gonna unmod you until later. So you can kind of hear some right there. You gotta change. How do you get it to not lock? Turn this shit off. There we go. I just wanted to snap to the X value. So it seems like stuff that is really close to the partial. That's so fun. What the fuck? So if the partial is just slightly detuned, if we go flat, what does it do? All right, take off the snap. It sounds like those steel pan drums, like off in the distance. Dude, this is so nuts. So what happens if I do that on the second harmonic? So it seems to just be like, if it's really close to the harmonic, it arpeggiates. So let's turn this one off and try it on the second harmonic and see what it does. So that seems to do nothing. So maybe it has to be Dude, that's like playing the whole chord, man. So, what about the fourth harmonic, though? Does it have to be an odd harmonic or a non-power of two? Well, for one, the partial retuner can tune this to whatever harmonic you want, so it should still work on some. Settings conceivably, but I guess it doesn't. So you can hear the extra. You can hear the extra sound in there. Okay, if I do this sixth, will that do anything? So it seems to be making like a polyrhythm, sort of. And then the sixth harmonic doesn't sound too audible, so I think the third takes precedence over the sixth. And then let's mess with the seventh. So I can hear that adjustment here as well. It's more like a swelling, like a tremolo. Maybe not, actually. You can kind of hear it without the feedback too. Oh, that's so crazy. So you don't even need the feedback. You can hear it if the modulation is like in the right spot. And this one is not even Zen timbral. I just like slightly detuned the those partials. So yeah, you wouldn't even have to be like precisely in 22 or whatever, 12 or whatever. You can do whatever tuning you want. If the third harmonic is like slightly out of tune, it just like creates this oscillation that sounds like an arpeggiation. And then the fifth harmonic contributes pretty strongly, where it can even be heard as like a second voice. And then I think the seventh harmonic is a little fainter, and then the 11th harmonic I can't even really tell. There's other stuff we could do though. It's an additive synthesizer. So like this is our oh yeah, that's the other thing. I have these parcels at different volumes. So the third partial I have louder. Oh, that makes sense. So I have these amplified. So I have the second, the third, the fifth, and the seventh harmonics are all amplified. So it's not the amplification on its own though, because we didn't get these warbles. But maybe that's why those particular harmonics are affecting the sound. Well, yeah, because the other ones aren't even in the sound, because we're not using a sine wave or saw wave. So let's introduce the 11th harmonic and see what happens. So like that 11th harmonic you can use as like a pad. Like we take it out. Look at that. So this is really cool. So basically this is combining like, I mean, we can call it Zen timbre if we want, but this is combining like spectral manipulation, like partial manipulation, and FM synthesis to like hone in on particular qualities. Well, it's combining FM and additive, but with partial retuning and like fine tuning not only the pitch but also the amplitude of the partials. So because FM is so complex, just minor manipulations to the partials can change the timbre pretty significantly. And we've already found some pretty cool effects. And I suspect that this goes pretty deep. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna keep playing with this. This is like really interesting. Yeah, I've never heard of this either. That's the other thing. Just so it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool to work on something sort of unique, I guess. But that's just normal FM. Nothing special. And then this is like with just the timbre, just the partial manipulation. It's almost more like a pad than like a FM. And the other thing is like I haven't even like done anything in terms of modulation. So like there's all kinds of like interesting stuff you could do to modulate this. Like put an MSEG on this. The other thing too is that the way that you set up the partials does not have to be fixed, because all of these curves and guides that you use to determine the amplitudes and the frequencies of the partials, they're on these I think they call them timetables or whatever. So like these are all on scrolling wheels. So I haven't even like thought about like scrolling between different versions of the partials and stuff, because I mean I didn't even know you could do this until 10 minutes ago. So but yeah, there's definitely like a lot of stuff you could play with this. So like basically like the FM synthesizer is almost like a partial beating amplifier or something. I don't really hear the arpeggio anymore. So I would be curious to see, like, if mapping it to other Itos also gives you arpeggios. I mean, it's definitely like being like close, but not exactly in tune. Like, we could map the partials to like 12 Ito, for instance, like, because harmonic timbres are, like, regardless of your opinion of like on scales and tunings, like harmonic timbres approximate the harmonic series. They don't usually do it perfectly. I mean, piano is a great example. Like most instruments have inharmonicity in their spectra, but for the most part, they tend to line up with harmonic partials. So it would be interesting even, and actually still xenharmonic, to map the partials of your synthesizer to the errors of 12 Ito. I'm reminded of how Glenn Branch would listen to the beating patterns of chords and make harmonies and melodies. That's interesting. That guy must be a big spectralist. I'm sure all those spectralist guys have like played with stuff like this before. Granted, they didn't have like zebra and stuff, but I'm sure people have like found arpeggios in complex like in weird synth stuff. So I even noticed the structured beating patterns for messing around in Zen timbres about listening to Glenn Branca and being accustomed to listening to music like that. Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, that makes sense. Anyway, yeah, we can do this in Zebra. I'm really, I don't know, this is cool. I'm kind of excited to, dig deeper into this. That being said, it's been a long stream. I've kind of like been like hyper analyzing everything. This is why I do it, though, is because sometimes I stumble across something interesting. Glenn Branco is basically Rock's equivalent to Spectralist composer. Oh, nice. I've heard the name for sure. I don't know. I'm not familiar. I'm not that. I haven't listened to his stuff. Alright, spiky thing. We gotta, unmod you, sadly. But if you ever want to send a link, temporary wrench status. I got enough mods. Not that I won't mod more people, but I got enough already, damn it. Alright, y'all. Appreciate the hang. Appreciate anybody who's gonna sit here and watch and listen to me slowly fuck around on a synth. I don't even know what I'm doing. I'll be back tomorrow, so see y'all then. Have a good rest of your day, rest of your night. Probably do more Zebra for the for the time being. I'm like kind of obsessed with it right now, so I'll definitely be coming back to it. I might mess with it more tonight, in fact, before I go to bed, but we'll see. I played with it a ton today. And I don't think anyone was here, but I made a new high score earlier on the microtonal ear trainer 24 Edo. I'm now 13th place. Trying to make it on the first page. So fucking close. If I can get a perfect score 2 seconds faster than I did today, which is very unlikely. Maybe a year from today, it'll happen. All right. See y'all next time.